Good morning, everybody. Mr. Dead Soul, how are you doing this morning? We are checking back in on Farming Simulator. Playing a little more Judith Plains. It's now the last day of the month of April. I got a little bit more picked up off stream. Haven't done a whole lot with things in the last day or so. I've been not really at the PC. I wasn't feeling great. But we're gonna try and finish up our springtime mowing here. Well, it's done. I still have a little bit left to pick up in the clover field, but I can't really fit it into the hopper. I ran out of room there, so I'm letting a little bit of time pass while I fertilize this field. Then I'll pick up the last little bit of clover. We will fertilize the clover field. Ooh, excuse me, and that should take us into May. We've got about 700,000. So we're in semi-decent shape there money-wise. There are some things I want to start looking at getting done. I want to buy that property just on the other side of the little carpentry building here. And then maybe look at starting to put in... I got a stone to lime mod, as well as putting in like a fertilizer and seed maker and stuff like that up there, making a little farm production hut, if you will, for doing stuff there. We'll see where we get to with that. It'll also give me a chance to put in some hoop storages, but I want to use the terraform for leveling the land. I've got some of the terraform, like, optional equipment. I went looking for that. I haven't put it on the save yet. But primarily I'd need like a wheel loader, stuff like that. We'll try to make a little spot up there using the wheel loader for digging out the ground and stuff like that, if I can. I'll have to double check exactly what equipment works with the terraform. I'm assuming the base game wheel loader buckets and stuff will. So that can be kind of like a little summer project. I did get a chance to wash some of the equipment. Hey, Farmer Marks. Gonna start the truck. All right. That's going to be something we're going to have to pick up, take care of. I did pick up a little bit more water-soluble fertilizer. That stuff gets expensive, but it goes a long ways. So, I mean, I guess it works out. Aussie Wheels, how you doing? How you been, buddy? Actually, speaking of which, I need to remember to restart Lumia. I shut that off the other day. Appreciate the hydrate and the stretch. How you been, Aussie? Okay. I get a shout out for our remarks. Go. Been really busy. Yeah, I can understand that. Missed a little bit. I'll see if I can remember to grab that after these next two passes here. This will at least be all the clover off the field. And then hopefully going forward, this field doesn't yield more than what can go into the fermenter all in one shot. There it is. Let's say, where is that little speck I'm looking for? Alright, get back with this. I don't think it's going to fit in the fermenter right now. I was getting some new lay. I had not heard that, Aussie Wheels. You're welcome, Farmer Marks. Alright. Into the farmyard here. Whoa! Yeah, we still got 35K in here, so we're gonna shut this down for a few minutes. Hardly use your chair anymore. There you go. That's awesome. Alright. let's go get that field fertilized before we go too much further. Then I have a whole lot of stuff to put away. I don't think we have any new... There's a hoeing contract, but that's up on 111. That's a pretty big field up in the corner. I don't think I want to wait that long. Plus, I've already done my 5 contracts for this month anyway. All right. What's going on there, Joshua? Good morning to you. It's another day. Luckily, my mother-in-law is taking my son to college this morning, so I don't have to do that for him. Saves me a trip. Yeah, his current college schedule has thrown a little bit of a wrench into the streaming schedule, because I have to certain days of the week it kind of throws things off, but it's important, so I play taxi. Like Tuesdays, for example, he starts class at 9:30 in the morning and gets done at noontime, and it's a half hour, about 35 minutes one way to get to his college. So, like yesterday, I basically just sat in the parking lot for 2 hours till his class got done. Otherwise, it's a 20-mile drive home, sit for an hour, turn around and drive 20 miles back. So, Mondays and Wednesdays, he's 8 to 5, which works out okay. You know, I can drop him off relatively early, come home, and then I'm free for the day. So if I'm feeling good, I stream. Thursdays, he's 9:30 to 4, so I have to wait until I drop him off and get home before I can start streaming, but at least it opens things up to where, like, my wife or someone else will usually pick him up in the afternoons. But yeah, it definitely has been an interesting schedule to get used to. No, I'm just listening to my oldies playlist right now, Joshua, and this happened to come on. Hey, full song. Oldies playlist. I listen to a wide variety of music, so you popped in to say hi, see what's happening before you head off to bed. Alright there, Aussie Wheels. Take care, don't be a stranger. Get yourself some sleep. Glad to hear you're doing well. Benny and the Jets. Alright, one thing I wanted to do. One. There we go. Trying to think of. Tomorrow's gonna be a weird day again. Maybe Friday I'll do Satisfactory. Continue along with the nuclear build. See how much further I can go before I break that. Alright. Look in. Turn on the sprayer. Down the field we go. Do I have the... Okay. I do have the shuffle on. Yeah, let's, change playlist for a bit. Not feeling the oldies right now. Okay. Shuffle is on. Then we're gonna have a little sliver left over there, probably. Nope. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I like it. Fold it up. We're all furted. I really want to take out that tree. Alright, we're gonna go... I think we're gonna empty the liquid fert that's in here. Before we park this away. Because it's about that time. I don't know if we're gonna have to... I guess I should check weed pressure, see if I've got any weeds in my fields. I don't think I will have any yet. Nothing showing. Okay. Let's check the old... Oh, I'm just a touch too far away to repair. Whatever. Whoa, what the hell? Ruh-roh. Rude! What the shit? Well, that sucks. GG game. GG game. Question is, how much time did I lose to that crash? Okay. That's good. I didn't lose much time at all. That's good. Hey, now we're in range and I can repair. Alright. Just about clean. And there. Park this away now. There we go. Now, I have a lot of bags of fert, pallets and stuff to put away. Let's go ahead and get on that, I guess. There we go. Alright. Another 4 bags. Excuse me. Whoops. I don't need that post in the garage. I don't need that one at all. Let me just, take it out with the forklift. Okay. All the buckets and shit don't help, but we're making do. Whoops. Wall. I may have picked up a little too much solid fert, but given how much we went through this last planting season, this should last a while. At least long enough for us to get our fertilizer manufacturing online. And then we'll have this in a silo somewhere. Which will, make life a lot easier on us. Not that this shed's been bad. This has actually worked out pretty good. To store all this stuff. Last group of these. Yes, Kiston? Why are we tangling yourself around my frickin' legs again? Alright, let's go get those 2 pallets of seed off the trailer. Alright, let's, Hey, stop it. Oh, dang you. Making a mess, chat. Just crush a chicken. Oh, come on. Get on there. There we go. That's better. A little easier to do with an actual forklift over a telehandler, but then again, a forklift can't take care of doing the cedars and stuff like that, so. We're gonna have a lot of seed for a while. Whoopsie. Stuck. Okay. Let's see, can we... do this without making a mess? Find out. That's not off to a good start. There we go. I want to leave that partial one there because I think we can put that onto there's that. I think there's a little bit left inside the actual unit there. So let's push this a little closer here. Go. Go. Go deal with that last pallet. There we go. That last little bit away. We can take the seating part off. So we're going to be done with that for a while. Go. This last bit away. Alright, last thing is the seed part. We're going to stick that back over beside the shed. Like I said, I don't think we're going to need that for a while. And this will free up our trailer for doing just spraying or fertilizing. That's there. Go check on, I know we've got a couple of egg pallets to pick up. And we've got some wool pallets to move, maybe some goat milk pallets. Oops. Go. Wool pallets need to be dealt with. Go. I don't know if I can put goat milk into there or not. I should probably check. Yep. We can put goat milk in there. Let's do a goat milk run. Then we should probably do a milk and a buffalo milk run as well. We'll check on our animal food. I gotta put the spraying trailer away. All that good stuff. Will it not take the goat milk? Fine then. You don't want to take the goat milk. Be that way. It's probably lacking the trigger for it. If I had to guess, it's lacking the trigger. The bit setting on the trigger. Okay. Since it might be a little bit before we have to haul a bunch of stuff, I do want to customize this truck. And I'm going to put the flatbed option on it as well. What we'll do is we'll start out the month of May with a pallet run of eggs, wool, and all that good stuff. Now, question is, do we have enough space in here to put away the last of the clover? I don't think we do. Speed up time a little bit. Till we can... There we go. Put the last of that away. Alright. That's all done. One last thing to check. Animal food. Okay, we have plenty of hay in there. Plenty of food in there at the moment. Plenty of food in there. Let's just go ahead, get this washed, and we'll get it put away. Alright. It's prone washed up. There's that done. Alright, last bit of business is going to be the milk. Okay. Yeah. Spring is over now. I think we've got, I guess I should double check and see if there's anything I need to make sure I sell in the month of April. Do that when we get up to the, dairy. That sounds good to me. I wonder if it's possible to reset just the soil samples in precision farming. Without having to disable it and re-enable it. I have to look and see if there's a way to do that. Oh, hey, pay attention to where you're driving. Not paying attention. Alright, down here. Oh, nothing needs to be dropped off here at the moment. Dairy, we do still have some buffalo milk in here, so we're not in immediate need for that. I'll wait, I'll do a trip next month after it builds up a little bit more. Hello, school bus. Beep beep. Beep beep. Okay. Got me in some trouble again. Was the mailman. I need to double check. I don't think I've... Okay. Won't let me flood it yet. I have to wait till next month. Which is fine. Alright. Should be back from ads now. Those that actually had ads this morning. And in we go. Quiet morning today. Alright. Month of May. First thing we need to do is jump over here. Gonna need to get a bloop. Need to get a pin or something over here so I have a easier way of visiting this thing to fill it up. Flood it up. That'll take a hot minute, but it's flooding now. I don't know how long that's going to take to flood. We'll wait here for a minute. See what this month brings for contracts. Hoeing on field 72. Might be something worth picking up. We have a weeding contract in there. Looks decent priced. On field 80. Oh, no, sorry, 76. Alright. We'll have to, jump back down there at some point and make sure it's still filling. $72. Where is 72? Alright, so we need to... go down this way, up this way, and then along here. Alright. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Hey, Jers, how you doing? I'm doing alright, Jers. Still getting over the headache from yesterday and such, but trying to make the best of it. Trying to make the best of it. Ah, pay attention where you're driving, dummy. next spot up. I definitely took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. It's okay, though. We made it. All right. Let's hoe this field, I guess. This awkwardly shaped field. Pick all the little weeds out. Really? No, that's not the fucking line I clicked on, dude. Speaking of weeds, let me check my fields now that they've grown a stage. Yep, I've got a field I need to deal with as well. Let's Set a worker on this. Hello, love. How is you?
Blech.
I feel that. Can we use a weeder? A hoe? Okay, we can use a hoe on these if we wanted to. What? A little itchy. Yes, and it's tangled and ratty and... You're liking the fact that you did that made me fucking itch my face, aren't you? She's picking on me, chat.
I'm the wife. That's my job.
Fucking go ahead. Start shit. See what happens. Okay, good. This thing's still running. I was afraid that being away from it by too far would cause it to stop running. You know what I mean? Oh, we got water in the field now. Question is, do we buy a hoe for ourselves? Those will do small. We'd end up buying one of these. It's not a very big machine, but it's our best option. Guess we'll use the 7R for that. Wah! Let me just double check that we're not going to have... I shouldn't have any crop destruction from this stage. Okay. I didn't think there would be any at that stage, but just to double check. Is my internet acting up on me again today? Maybe that's what's going on. Just feels unusually quiet today on Twitch. It just feels unusually quiet today. Oh, what do I want to listen to today? I have to see if I can take a smoothing tool to that. Hey, good morning, MacGyver. It's another day. Could be better, could be worse. Still fighting off yesterday's migraine. Making do the best I can. Well, it's another day in somebody's paradise, just not mine. As I've been saying lately, another day in someone else's paradise. So grab our weeder. How's MacGyver doing today? Did you ever figure out where or remember where you left off on 7 days? It'd be me, so sit with your feet up, having a nice latte, watch one of your favorite streamers, good background music. Well, I appreciate that, MacGyver. Hopefully the background music's not too loud. Hmm. You did not. If you have to start over in 7 days because you can't remember, pay me $1 million. That's too bad, MacGyver. Next time you're gonna be away for a few days, maybe you should write yourself a note. Okay, this is what I left off doing and what I planned on doing. It's where it would come in handy to have like a whiteboard or something like that in 7 days that you could stick up in your base and go, okay, I was working on this, or this is what I planned to do, and that way the next time you logged in, it'd be right there. That would be very handy. There we go. Went into the save game and seen some blocks on the ground for a horde base. Had a forge running for iron, just can't remember what. One thing is the trader had no protection. Yeah, I remember that one. The no trader protection and stuff like that. I mean, if you had only just recently started that save, then starting over isn't a big deal. But, you know, if you're in day 30 or something like that. No, stop that. Uh, One horde base that was wrecked and nearly destroyed, so that explains the blocks. Day was 25. I mean, then you're not too far in, depending on... If I remember right, you play, what, 1 hour days or something like that? Standard, whatever it is. So it's not, that's not super far in. If I went back at this point, I don't think I'd be able to remember where I left off either. Then again, it's been a couple months. So, little different. But yeah, I can understand the trip being worth way more worth it. You had such a brilliant plan for the Horde base up to day 70. Yeah, that can be tough. Come up with a really nice plan, and then you sit back and go, wait, what was that plan? I just wish there was a game that satisfied what I've had running through my head lately. Unfortunately, there's no one single game that covers it. So I'm kind of left to, shit in one, wish in one hand and shit in the other type deal. Alright, up this way, and then we'll start our back and forth rows and get this field wrapped up. Pastor MacGyver won't talk to you no more. Yep, I feel that. Ah, nose. Save game's still there, and who knows, yourself, when you went back 3 days before you were on track again. Yeah. It does tend to take a couple days to get back into the swing of it. At the very least, a few hours to kind of sit back and go, okay, where was I? What was I working on? What's the next step? I mean, thankfully, I keep, you know, the satisfactory tool calculator handy, but I've tweaked it, so I need to spend some time going back through my factory and making sure I've got the right numbers at the different stages. I know one of the next phases I needed to do was start bringing um, the belts all to the new um, fuel rod factory. Perhaps I'll do some satisfactory later this week. Wonder how long till the wheat is ready to harvest. Apparently, I missed a couple spots. Okay, it'll be July at the earliest for that. My environmental score's coming up a bit. That's good. I missed a couple spots in this field. Missed a couple spots in that field. It sounds like, oh, hail damage. That'd do it. That would do it. Weeds. So 444,000 to buy that spot. Gonna need to cultivating on 87. Weeding up there. Alright, cultivating on 87. Let's go ahead and get that set up. We'll come back to weed our field here in a minute. Seven. Then this one up to 111. Deutz. Just start a new save. Play as normal. If you lost a penny, if you don't look for it, you find it. Yeah, well, that's one way to look at it. There anything the month of May we need to sell? Fabric. I'm not going to sell that. Soy milk. We can sell. Wool needs to be turned in as well. So we will kick out the pallets for the soy milk. And sell that while we're up there. Fabric we're going to hold on to till we can buy the tailor shop. Because after we're done this, we're going to grab the flatbed. And we will go ahead and drop off wool, eggs, goat milk. Probably do might do some buffalo milk. I probably need to bring some food in for these guys. We got some baby sheeps. I probably need to get another thing of goats. That way we can kind of keep their numbers even. Because we've already got some additional lambs in there. Surprised we're getting goat milk at the moment, considering these aren't at the age to produce. They haven't even reached puberty yet. Yep, they are. You can mix sheep and goats, and you can mix water buffalo and cows in the same pasture. And of course, once the year 1 map releases, you'll be able to have Highland cows as well. Which, I don't know what's going to be different about the Highland cows. Honestly. I'm assuming they're just going to produce milk like any other animal, so... I don't know as if they'll have anything special for productions. Like, is it going to be a different kind of milk from the Highland cows? Um, is it going to be a situation where maybe they produce the... Because, I mean, it's not like not like they get shaved down for their hair or anything like that. At least that I know of. So is it just going to be a visual thing? Who knows? I haven't followed super close to know beyond the fact that we've got Highland cows coming, fishing coming, some new productions, a new map, and JCB equipment. None of which overly enticed me into buying the DLC, so... But that's me. If I want to mess around with fishing, I'll just go back to FS22, place in PV County. Or Canyon Crossing, or... Yeah, Canyon Crossing. County was 19, dummy. County was 19. Ah, I've been in your new place for a month now. There you go. Time flies. Done a lot of work on it in the yard. There you go. Yeah, I unfortunately have not been able to do any work on my house or yard in quite some time. Which sucks. Wood chipper, chainsaw, stuff like that. There you go. I don't have a wood chipper. I usually just cut it up and throw it in the burn pile. Not that I've had a fire in a long time either. I got a shed I've got to take down. I've got a treehouse I got to finish taking down. I got trees to cut up. I got just too much shit. Need to redo fascia on the house, soffit, siding in one area, fix my leach field, which I'm pretty sure is still having issues. I'm almost positive. But can't really do much in that regard at the moment because the well ran dry again. There you go, FPS. Yeah, you're chicken. Yeah, wood chippers tend to wear out over time. Okay. That's done. Not much. Branches are old. Yeah. It has an effect. Alright. This strap down. Let's go hit spinnery first. Can you reach in and, like, do you have decent access to the blades themselves? I know some wood chippers are kind of, it's hard to actually get in and service the blades on them. But if you're having a hard time cutting, then you probably do need to sharpen your blades. The thing to keep in mind, though, a lot of times when sharpening those blades is not to sharpen them too much to a point because they'll wear out really quickly.
too old.
There we go. Thanks for the hydrate and the stretch there, MacGyver. The design is simple. Yeah. Simple doesn't always mean bad. Like I said, the big thing is going to come down to apparently I needed to move the auto load thing further back. Yeah, they drop into the bottom on in a bag. Bring this up to the bakery. And then drop off the goat milk at the dairy. Beep beep. In a hurry, people, get out the way. Yeah, you probably just have some dull blades on it. There we go. Bakery. There we go there. Oh, wait, dairy we needed to do. It's here, right? That we needed to pick up some stuff. There you go. Nothing wrong with having multiple chainsaws. Soy milk. Dairy, soy milk. We want to store it. Alright, soy milk is going to the Hobson Strip Mall. Which I think is down here. Yeah, Hobson Strip Mall is down south. Oh, all together, hoist the colors high. And beggars. Ah, you got a telescopic one? Nice. That's one thing that I wish I had was a branch trimmer. I looked at getting one for my steel power head, but I never ended up buying one. $5,000 of soy milk. Hey Wade, how you doing? Zippity doo, down we go. Alright, there's the strip mall. Oh, it's definitely a farming simulator. Just delivering some goods to the strip mall here. I think it's around the back. Yep, there's the drop-off point. Nice. 18 grand for dropping off those 5 pallets. Take it. You need a welder and something to cut metal. Yeah, welders are very nice to have. And I've got plenty of metal saws, cut off wheels, and things like that. Doesn't do as good as a torch, but I don't really have need of a torch. Don't pay much attention when you're playing this in ATS. So yeah, I don't really play ATS much. I haven't played ATS in well over a year. I don't know, I have a hard time getting into playing ATS a lot because you're just pick up a load, drop it off someplace. Pick up a load, drop it off someplace. It doesn't hold my interest very long term. I'll play it enough to do a dozen, 2 dozen loads or something like that, but then I get bored of it pretty quick. All right, we're gonna park this here. I'll come back to that in a few. Ooh, excuse me. Put the rack back on it. because it's how we're gonna need it next. Besides, I get enough of the ATS feel playing Farm Sim, moving products around the map. You watch streamers you hang out with if the yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of people I watch that like to play ATS, and I'll hang out and I'll chat with them, but it doesn't really hold my attention. I'm more there to chat with the streamer. Viking Hammer, Big Vito, they're two of the big ones. Jedi Horn does a lot of ATS. Beyond that, there aren't too many people on my list right now that play a lot of ATS. Whoa, what the hell? It's weird. The heck? Like random bumps in the field or something. Or on the road, rather. Okay. Drop this off. And we'll wrap up that other contract. Hey, Mr. Zelray. How you doing, buddy? Oh, you haven't moved in yet? FPS? Made it sound like you'd already moved in. He goes, all right. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, I'm at a point now where honestly I've been very tempted to just, if the rental prices weren't so damn high, just sell this house and fucking rent someplace. That way I don't have to maintain it. Hey, Cameo. But part of the problem with that is we have too many animals to rent someplace, and to get a 3 bedroom or a 4 bedroom, it's gonna be more than I'm paying for my mortgage. So you're welcome, Cameo. Um, both years are fully paid. That's nice. Yeah, unfortunately, the situation we're in, until something happens with my disability, I don't know. Even then, I have a feeling that things aren't gonna improve anytime soon. I've been trying to look at either schooling or work or something like that. It's, yeah. I'd love to move further south, but with my wife's job, unfortunately, we don't have many options for where we can move if she's going to stay working where she is. Yeah, my house is 130 years old, and it's definitely falling apart. Needs to be replaced, but, something else I can't afford either. Yeah, we've been in our house since 2011. So we bought back when prices were reasonable, but we've run into a lot of issues financially across the years. So unfortunately, unfortunately. Unfortunately, in our situation, when I bought this place, my wife wasn't working because she was going to school, and then I ended up making some decisions that at the time thought would work out, but then with the back issues and everything else, hindsight being what they are, I probably shouldn't have made the decisions I did. So now here I am, just living life another day. Yeah, our home loan has gone up over the years. It's one of the things I need to... I mean, if I could get some income, my disability situated or whatever, then definitely need to look at refinancing at some point, but hey, good morning there, Papa Smurfto. It's going. Another day. Making the best of things. Trying to, anyway. I don't want to go with a full load of this because I don't want to overdo the cow pen. You live alone, no wife, no kids. Yeah, I mean, that can go both ways. I know, at least in my situation, if it weren't for my wife and kids, things would be a whole lot worse. I mean, those are the one things that keep me grounded. So, otherwise I'd probably be living with my mother for almost 10 years, poorest years in your lifetime. Yeah, my wife and I haven't always had the, whoa, Jesus. Pay attention where you're driving, dummy. You were gonna pick up a load of hay. But, I mean, we've always kind of made do financially. Somehow made it work. I know now our kid, our oldest is in college. I'm sure at some point he'll be getting his license here soon, hopefully. He's got another week before he can send back out for a date on that, I guess. then once he gets his license, that'll help out a lot, but he needs a car. Still needs to, excuse me. Of course, right now he's not working because he's been in school 4 or 5 days a week. She was studying for lawyer, so you covered all the expenses. Yeah. Yeah, my wife and I went through a point, like I said, when we bought our house, she wasn't working because she was going to school and taking care of our youngest. She ended up getting her accounting degree, and now she works for TD Bank. Reminds me, while we're right here, I wanted to buy some more goats. Let's buy some 3-month-old goats. Buy 50 of them. We can keep even number of goats and sheep in there. Then, you know, she got to work. I was still working at the time, and then I had a lot going on, ended up deciding to get into contracting and working for myself, which ended up proving to be a poor decision, but that's mainly because my back let go on me and I ended up screwed. 5 miles from town. Yeah, we live, you know, we live off in the country, but we got a Walmart within 5 miles of us. We got a couple of Hannaford's, their grocery store, local grocery store. So, you know, we've got access to most of what we would need within 5-6 miles of the house. And then, of course, if we need to get to town for like the doctors and stuff like that, that's almost 20 miles away. But we make do. We somehow manage. There we go. We're gonna take over for the worker now. It is about 40 cents. $5. That's yeah, that's pretty expensive. I mean, construction materials in and of themselves have gotten more expensive. I don't even want to think about how expensive things are now. Just in the past 5 years from when I did contracting, because I used to. It was insane how much money I went through when I was a contractor on materials. 4 cubic tons for $300. That's actually not bad. That's cheap compared to where I live. Of course, you pay here. We don't pay by the ton. We pay by the cord. And of course, one cord of firewood is 4 feet by 4 feet by 8 feet. So 128 cubic feet of firewood. Full Draw, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. It's going alright. Just cultivate the field. Working our way through the year here on Farm Sim. So, I don't know how much weight a cord is, because, you know, obviously different woods weigh different amounts depending on how dry they are and stuff like that. But cut and split firewood, the last time I bought some, which was just like 8 years ago, it was in the neighborhood of $150 a cord. And in order, like, what was it? I bet you it's up around $200 a cord now. It's probably more than that even. I want to say my neighbor bought some last year, and he was, for uncut, for tree length, he was paying, I think, $180 a cord. So he still had to cut it and split it himself. $185 cord for oak. There you go. Yeah, we've got some places nearby that that do it that do it you know, they have tons of availability and stuff like that. I don't think anybody's got their prices listed on here at the moment. Yeah, nobody's listing their pricing on online where I live. It's expensive for your standards here is a lot. Yeah, I mean, given what your wages are listing at, I mean, of course I live here in the States, so I know I think my wife's in that 50 grand a year territory. I used to be around 60K net, but that's when I was contracting. Before expenses and all that other stuff. It was a long time ago, though. Almost 5 years. Uh, I honestly wish I could still work. Not that I can find anything that I can physically do anymore, but it's its own situation. You're not wrong there, full draw. You're not wrong there. Unfortunately, I can't find anything remote around where I live. Most stuff around here, they want you to go into location, and I just can't do it. Oh, oh boy. Mm. Uh, yeah. Right now, I'm still waiting to hear back. I was contacted last week before. It was last week. By Social Security about updating some information with them and getting some appointments to see their doctors. So maybe there's some progress there. Just waiting to hear now as to when my appointments will be for them. Not expecting a whole lot from that situation, though, honestly. Oh well. Well, we're what, 84% done this field. Hey, little demon. How you doing today, buddy? Yeah, it's one of those things I wish I'd gotten into sooner. But alas, I never did. Oh, it's another day, little demon. Another day. Okay. Now we're just working on the exterior parts of the field. Oh. Mm, low ceilings. Low ceilings can be a blessing and a curse. I remember living in an well, it was a house we were renting once. This was back when my wife and I first started dating. It was 24 years ago. Um, the the ceilings were low enough I could stand there and put my hand on the ceiling.
I could put my hand on the ceiling. I fucking put nothing.
Yeah, my wife could reach up and basically touch the ceilings, and she's 4'11 3/4. I'm sorry, you didn't suddenly gain a quarter of an inch at 20 something years old. Your doctor just got sick of fucking rounding up, or sick of writing it all out, so they rounded up. If anything, you're probably be 4'11 1/2 by now. What? You trying to tell me that those boobs of yours ain't fucking bringing you back down? She keeps flipping me off. She hates it when I point it out. See, if she didn't want me to do that, she should have told me she was 5 foot back in the beginning. But she told me she was 4'11 3/4, and that's what she stayed. Mr. MacGyver coming in with the government efficiency grant. How many times am I shuffling, sir? Two, three, four, five. What are we gonna get? Ooh, yay! Government subsidy check, 10 grand. Woot! Wow, that's pretty cool. FPS. Well, I mean, depending on building materials, I know you said it was pretty old. If there weren't a lot of trees around, then it may be a situation where it was just easier to do stacked stone with a fill material. Yeah, I mean, if there was a lot of large stone available and stuff like that. I mean, in the case of my house is stacked stone foundation. Fieldstone is what we typically call it around here, which unfortunately sucks for the sake of um, you know, keeping critters out of my foundation. And it also means I don't really have much for a basement. But is what it is. And unfortunately, the rest of the house is was never built the greatest. I mean, it's a really old farmhouse, and it was never done the best. Like my son's bedroom on the first floor, the floor joists, if you can call them that, are literally 6, maybe 8-inch trees laid on their side. I remember when we bought the house, the floor had so much bounce to it that if you walked across his room, you would shake his dresser that was up against the wall. The top of the dresser would shake about a quarter of an inch. So I ended up having to, I took some pressure treated 2x8s, made a, you know, three 2x8s thick beam about the width of his room, and I put it on jack stands up tight against his, the floor, to take the bounce out of the floor. It was that bad. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean that's just one of the many issues with my house. Um, the exterior studs are old. I want to say true 2x4s. They're the unplaned old lumber, but in several areas of the house they're starting to rot. So, um, if I have one section, the exterior of my house, where the siding pulled free. I have to strip all the siding off that section of my house, sister in studs, put up sheeting, because there's no plywood sheeting on the outside of that section of the house that I can confirm. Then re-waterproof and re-stud, re-side that section of the house. So the previous owners, when they sided the house, literally never put plywood on certain parts of the outside of the house. So I have wooden studs with a maybe a half-inch styrofoam on the outside of that. No, it does not meet code. But the previous owners had done that, put vinyl siding up, and because of where I live, there's no need for building inspection. There's no inspection needed for doing that. There's no permits you have to pull to reside your house. Even if it's professionally done, there's no permits that need to be pulled to replace siding. And they obviously skimped out and cheaped out any place they could. And because of that, now the house is literally in. I mean, there are severe structural issues with my house in several areas, but there's no, at least as far as I know, it's not like I can claim on the insurance that the house is no longer structurally sound to get it. Like the insurance won't help. So I've got home insurance that wouldn't help with replacing the place or repairing it. To fix that. I mean, I've got a huge barn attached to the side of to the house, and even that has structural issues and probably needs to be taken down. But again, there's, you know, it would all be out of pocket for me to do that. And the barn is the one storage area I have for my house. That's why I would really like to be able to get like a construction loan and replace the house with a concrete foundation and like a modular, and then just tear this one down. But at least until the point where I get my disability situated, there's no way we're ever gonna be able to afford that. So one of those dreams that will likely never happen. If the housing, you know, if things worked out, I would, I mean, I would sell my house and take that, buy someplace else. But with the housing prices the way they are, if we were to do that, my loan, you know, my mortgage would go up significantly because there's no place around here that would get, that we'd be able to get for roughly the same price of what we're living in. So, alright, that's done. Park this back in here. Alright, we got 570,000. Now, there's obviously a lot of slope here. What I would like to do is back in here somewhere. Is cut this all down smooth and do something back in here. But the tough part is knowing where I do and don't own. Ow. Oh, I doubt home prices will ever go back to where they used to be. I highly doubt they'll ever go back to where they used to be. What I need to do is temporarily disable paint and terraform anywhere so I can figure out where I do and don't own. See, I own back to there, I own down here. I own more or less right along the wood line here. Way up to here. Yeah, I mean, there will probably come a point where things finally break. But, I mean, at least here in the US, what was it, back in, I want to say '08, we had the big housing crisis. I can't imagine how bad the next one's going to be. I don't even want to begin to think of how bad the next one's going to be. You know, I mean, it's going to be insane. I don't remember. Let's see. Okay, so the 180 rock bucket. Um, that 261 is not part of the Terraform machines. Wonder how bad it would be to add that. Not what I wanted to do. Damn it. How do we add? There's an update to Terraform. I need to get that. Is that all you need to do? Under the. Okay. Alright, it did take a little bit of. It'd take a little bit of work to set it up, but I guess I can do that later. Nope, I haven't really missed anything, Cameo. Just been kind of dubbing about. PC, use phone to watch stream. Can't do it. Yeah, phone screens do make it difficult to really see what's going on in the stream. Alright, there is one thing that I've been wanting to do, so let's go ahead and take care of that. Drop you off. Yeah, I imagine they are. Electric bicycle, yeah. I would guess between 600 and 1500 US. I know it's not on my land, but I should still be able to cut this down and grind it up. See? I didn't get anything out of it, but I got rid of it. That's all I wanted to do. Yeah. Yeah, see, I was right on the US pricing at least. Well, obviously someone is buying it, because otherwise they wouldn't be selling it for that price. It wouldn't be priced that high if someone wasn't willing to pay it. What that boils down to. Eh, it's ultimately what it boils down to. Somebody's obviously willing to pay for it, otherwise they wouldn't have priced it that high. Alright, the month of May is about over. Well, I mean, as far as what we need to do. Another 1.4 at the moment. Can I not? Let me see. There. Stupid thing. There we go. Yeah, that's not a bad speed. Go. Oh. Yo, shut off my frickin'... Apparently I had turned on the stupid pressure washer. Silly me. Not a problem there, Mr. Reyes. Alright. I don't think there's going to be anything. We may just skip the second part of the month of May here. Take a quick look at the fields. Nothing needs to be done there. Nothing needs to be harvested. Good there. There's no other here. Oh, I hear you there, FPS. I hear you there. We're good there. Yeah, see, unfortunately, where I live, there is no public transport. Another reason why I've contemplated, like, wanting to downsize the house and move into an apartment in, like, more in town. Because it would make that a bit easier. Yeah, we still need sugar. Oh, that was another thing I need to make room for, is we need to put down a sugar mill up here. That's good. We'll just jump to the month of June. Reyes is being a pain. What?
Knock, knock, motherfucker. Here we go. What you been
Happy
up to,
now?
buddy? How's your morning?
Slacker.
How's your morning?
Fucking shit, as always.
Fair enough.
Shit as usual. Alright. Nothing to harvest for us. No weeds. We do need to go down and make sure we top off the water on our... Why did it... Well, that's just dumb. Apparently precision farming didn't pay attention to what it needed for... fucking nitrogen in that field. Probably did the same thing over in the other field.
If you want wire to there.
Nope. Wrong spot. Delete it, start over.
Nope. Not deleting it.
Yep.
Absolutely not.
You gotta delete it, start over. There ain't really much going on this month.
Actually, let's just go down the middle. Ooh, I like this plan.
We got a spraying contract in 86. Guess we will accept that contract.
This is going to get expensive. I guess it's kind of good. We've got 10,000
Kill some time
copper.
for us.
No, I don't want to make the conductive wires out of copper or iron.
Too bad.
Wires don't do well as iron.
Sounds like bad programming.
Well, I mean, in the game they do fine as iron, but we all know copper is a much better conductor.
Again, sounds like bad programming.
Yeah, maybe.
Because they'd have either done it as copper or aluminum if that's available.
Aluminum is not until much, much later in the game. So,
Yeah, so
it's
at
not
the very
even
least,
available.
copper. At the very least, copper.
Well, you can use the thing is you could use any refined metal to do almost anything. They just have different properties. Iron is better used for either making machines that get hot or crafting into steel for machines that get even hotter. Whereas copper is best used for wire because it has a decorative bonus and it
Yeah, see, that just sounds convoluted to me.
why? Have you seen iron wire? It looks like shit.
Well, yeah, because nobody uses iron wire because its conductive properties suck ass.
Exactly.
So
And it looks like shit.
why even make it a thing?
If it's all you have, what are you going to use? No wire?
Again, that's on the programming. Make copper available early and use copper.
Copper is available early. And
Then-
I've used
then-
all my copper.
Well, and that's what I mean. Just make it copper only.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Like I say, it just makes it seem convoluted as shit to have 18 different choices when you really only need one or two. Hey, Mr. Yellow, how you doing?
I wanna help Mozrock put that on a shirt. Bad coding, delete it, and start over.
No, just, delete it, start over. Off by one. Farming along there, Mr. Yellow. Nice. Hopefully there's enough herbicide in this thing to do this field. We'll see.
I love
Might have to mix up some more.
Sprayers are so good.
Yep.
Was one of that was always one of the first things I bought was a sprayer and a fertilizer. The biggest fertilizer spreader you could buy.
I see. I use liquid fert,
Oh, fair enough. But
so this can do fert and spray. Just gotta empty it
totally.
in
When you
between.
get the when you get the funding to be able to do liquid fert and liquid spraying for weeds, yeah, it's totally worth it. But that thing's, how much does that thing cost
About
to
500,
buy?
about 400 grand, something like that.
500 grand.
Yeah,
Where I
but
could get the tow behind for what, 25 maybe.
yeah, but you just take a loan and you're done.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's
Problem
true.
solved. That way you're not spending 120 grand on a tow behind to then later turn it in for practically nothing.
I hate them. That they do that.
I mean, you can still get some money back for it, but depending on how many hours you put
You
on it.
lose a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, if you bring it back to the actual dealership cell trigger, you get
Uh-huh.
like an extra 20% over just selling it outright.
Oh,
So
okay. So
that's a
they
thing,
charge you a pickup fee kind of thing.
Yeah. So like if I
Okay.
go in and look at my vehicle statistics, it's going to list um once the autosave's done here. It lists this cedar at 162,000. That's if I were to just sell it right here. But if I bring it to the sell trigger, I might get closer to 200,000. So
Come
it,
here,
it
butthead.
it makes sense to, if you're going to trade something in or sell a piece of equipment, you bring it to the store and sell it. I need to double check. I don't think this thing's working properly with the precision farming spot spray bit.
Why?
Well, there is the precision farming mod allows you to do like spot spray on the weeds,
Mm-hmm.
so it will uh, adjust the usage of herbicide and stuff like that to only spray the weeds themselves. And I don't think this particular mod is working well with precision farming.
Well, I could tell you just from the look, it doesn't look like it is because I've seen what you're talking about, where the
Yeah.
sprayers will just spray individual spots,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't look like it's doing that. It looks like it's doing a straight blanket of spray.
Yeah. I mean, visually it can look like that, but the um, usage over in the side here, how much it's using, you know, liters per acre type deal, stuff like
Yes.
that, I don't think is accurately applying either.
Hmm. Yeah, that would be a significant cost savings if that was not being activated.
Hmm. Oh, it would absolutely save a lot of, herbicide when you're doing it, but I don't think it's. I don't know what I need to mess with to make it accurately do that. And then, like, am I even going to be bothered to worry about it? You know what I mean?
Yep. All right, let's see. We got our Weezeworts cooling down our sleet wheat area.
Your face, a
We
Weezewort.
got you son of a bitch.
Got him.
Let's go ahead. Get some copper getting processed. Oh. Plumbing overlay.
What's going on, Rusty Nail? How ya doing?
Boots and pants, boots and pants, boots and pants.
Doing good? Glad to hear it.
Wait a minute, what is this wire? Why is that conductive wire? Oh, because this is a no? Why are you showing up white?
There we go. We're gonna be like 100 liters short doing this field. I have a feeling. Yeah, I'm gonna need like 300 liters of herbicide to finish doing this field.
Oh, get wrecked.
Yep.
That sucks.
I'm looking at the completion percentage on the contract and what's left in the tank, and I'm gonna be off by like 300 liters.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm at 74% complete, 20% left in the tank.
Do you? I don't remember if it's a thing or not. When you spray, because you're not actually pulling the weed like with the weeder itself, do you actually lose?
So, yes and no. What it is, you gain 15% yield for having done the weeding, whether you're pulling the weeds or spraying the weeds. You'll gain a 15% yield for having dealt with the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
But you lose 10% for spraying.
So
Because
you only gain 5 technically.
technically you'll only gain 5. But if weeds get to a certain stage, you can't pull them. They're considered too big. So you have to spray them. So it's good to get them early when you can do it mechanically, because then you gain the yield for having done the weeding without losing the yield for spraying. And the reason they have you lose a little bit of yield for spraying is because, as with real life, spraying, herbicide on the plants does stunt the plants to a degree. It's killing the weeds, but it's still spraying that chemical on the plants themselves, so you lose a little bit of yield for having to spray. You still come out ahead of, not doing anything. But, yes, if you take care of them when they're small using a mechanical, you just gain the bonus yield. You won't lose anything.
That's what I thought. But the other downside is the weeder itself is slow.
Depending on the weeder. They run
really?
about, they run about 9 miles an hour, depending on the weeder. But
Well, yeah, okay, so that's what I was getting at. They're slower slightly, but they're also a shorter width.
like
Usually.
this one here runs 15 miles an hour.
Oh
So
wow.
it'll run 15, but it's only 12.4 meters.
Yeah,
Then
what's the width of your one currently that you're spraying with?
36.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but at the same time, you can always just hire a worker on it, you know.
True.
So
Very true.
I'm going about the same speed as that weeder, but I don't have to, um, you know, it's got a narrower width. I'm going the same speed as the sprayer, but the great thing about that weeder is it doesn't cost you anything after you buy it. There's no chemical involved,
Yep. That's very true too.
I prefer to do it that way, full draw. If you can do it, then yes. If you have the time and stuff like that, it's absolutely worth it to get the yield bonus. Now,
Especially on a larger field.
if you're playing with weeds off, then it doesn't really matter. I turn them on because it gives options for more contracts. And I like to do contracts, especially like the month of June. I've got nothing going on my farm. Everything's taken care of at the moment. So for me, the month of June, I'll pick up a couple contracts to help add funds to pay for my loan at least, because I've got 2 loans at the moment. So this contract will pay me back way more than I'm spending for the my loans for the month, taken care of there. And then beyond that, we're gonna buy a one of these quick. I'm gonna do it this way rather than trying to mix. Just makes more sense. Because I don't need a lot to finish that one off, so I'll do it this way. I tend to do a lot of contracts on my my saves. Yep. Yeah, after you purchase the weeder, it's just maintenance. Now, this, as far as weeders go, you have to pay attention. This one here will only do small weeds. This one will do small, small, small. This is the only one that will do medium weeds, but it can only be used early in the crop stage. If weeds pop up after that, say you don't get to the weeds that first month that they pop up, you have to spray. The other thing is too, sometimes you will, you'll start advancing time, and the minute the weeds show up, they're considered large weeds, which can only be dealt with by spraying. So you have to pay attention to what it says on the field. Now, whoa, hey. Now, when you go into the field, the little field info box will tell you what size weeds they are, and it'll tell you can use a hoe or a weeder, or you have to spray to get rid of it. Like if we yep, do your little spinny shit. If I jump here, let me go south because this I've already dealt with it here. But let me go south to where the weeds are. See, right there. I don't know if you can see that down in that corner, but it says weed large herbicide.
I can't see the word large, but I can see weeds and herbicide.
Yeah, it's in parentheses. Weed.
Yeah, that blue
parentheses
is making
large.
it really.
Yeah,
And now on
it does.
the brown background, I can see it.
Yeah, so weed large herbicide. But what was it? Was it one? What was that one here? 117. If we go up to field 117, you'll see it shows weed medium and says herbicide, but I know medium weeds can be dealt with by using a weeder. Over here, same deal. Weed medium. It says it recommends herbicide, but that's going to be based off of the growth state. It's still early enough though that I know I could use a weeder and do that without having to worry about it.
Oh right, I remember now because the color changes based on the growth stage now.
Yep. You should still make a net positive, little demon, even with precision farming. That's what I was saying is you gain the 15% for having dealt with the weeds. Because if you have weeds in your field, you'll lose 15%. But by taking care of them, you basically gain that back as far as the yield goes. But by spraying, it does cost you some of that 15% still. I want to say it was 10%. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to look it back up again. You know, Giants math.
Let's see.
I think that stays the same with precision farming. The only difference with precision farming, though, is the weeds are spotty. It's not a solid blanket of weeds like you'd have otherwise. So, hence why when I look at the weed map on here, you see the spottiness of it. Without precision farming, it would be a solid color across the field. Go. While do to figure out MacDon actually can. Yeah, the MacDon gives 25% yield and 25% additional straw. It's absolutely worth doing if you want it. I mean, it's worth it to do the extra phase for sure. Um, like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to use the MacDon. I mean, I can understand um, not being able to afford it early, but like that would be one that I would absolutely take a loan to do. Ooh, cultivating field 6. Heck yeah, we're gonna take that contract. And weeding on 103. Yeah. It's one of the first things I bought on this too was a MacDon. And I'm also using the mod that lets you swath. It's the Swathing Plus. It gives you options for swathing soybeans and one other one that you normally wouldn't be able to. I think it might just be soybeans and then like field grass, something like that. But it also allows alfalfa and clover if those are on the map, which they are on this one. So yeah, it's absolutely worth picking that up. All right, we're gonna get this back down to the. We'll go get this back down to the farm. Put it away. We'll get the weeder sent up to 103. I should be able to do. The one I've got. Even though what I've got is. Should still work, even though it's a hoe and not a weeder. Guess we'll have to find out. Given what it was offering for equipment, I would have to imagine what I have will work.
Okay, so we're making some more copper now.
Worst case scenario, I'll end up having to lease a weeder. Yeah, I figured you meant grasses. It's nice too, because if you have, like in my case, I took the fermenting silos and I made them also produce hay from like the alfalfa, clover, grass. So it allows me to use the swathing head and then just pick up the product. And the swathing head cuts it, was it like 12.2 meters? Which is bigger than any of the optional, any of the mower options in the game, so. Alright, you're off on your way. Nope. It's not going to count. It's not going to count. I already know. Oh. The question is, do we buy?
Hey, where's all the extra?
Yeah, we'll buy one. Why not? And we're actually going to go ahead and sell this. I'll set that price. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. I like it. Since I don't use this thing anymore. There is no need to have these. Oh, man. That's a hell of a rice field. Hell of a rice paddy, I'll tell you what. Some point I'm gonna have to look at. Maybe I'll see if I can find one of those greenhouse mods for that. Orchard type mods, so I don't have to do the stupid grapes and olives on the vine. Just because they're annoying. Whoa, hey, pay attention. Yep. On our way to the store. I don't think I'm going to get a ton of money back for this. But it's something. Carpe Dazzles, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? It's almost lunchtime. Almost lunchtime.
Gatorade. H2O.
Thank you, Farmer Marks, for the hydrate. Thump thump. Speed bumps. Crap. Woo! Alright. Let's see. Okay, so, like, for example, this Coon Prolander, if I sell it outright, I'd get 38,000.
Yeah.
It's got 6 hours on it, but I mean 38,000 if I sell it outright. If I brought it to the store, it's 42,000. So I get an extra 4 grand in that case to bring it. This John Deere, it's 330,000 if I bring it to the store. But that John Deere 7R, if I were to sell it outright, is only 300 grand. So in that case, it's $30,000 extra to bring it through the store. Like I said, it's about 10% more to actually bring it to the store. So if you're talking a piece of equipment
worth
like
it.
Yeah, I mean, if the piece of equipment's only 12 grand, 14 grand, it's probably not worth it to do it, you know, depending on how far away from the store you are. But, like, I run auto drive, so alls I have to do is just tell it to drive to the store and then, you know, do that. Yeah, it's absolutely worth doing it. In, like I said, in 98% of cases. I'm on a 4X map, so obviously, as you could see, it's quite the drive to get to the store. But in this case, I had to come pick up a new piece of equipment anyway, and it gave me an extra 4 grand to bring the thing with me. So it absolutely made sense to do that. You know, if you're trading in a tractor or something like that, that's a hefty price, 100% it's worth driving it to the store to sell it. You know, if it's, say you bought a small early game trailer that you spent like 15 grand for, probably not worth dragging it all the way to the store unless you're going there to swap a piece of equipment.
Yeah, if you got to drive there to buy that, to pick up the new piece of equipment, you might as well take the old anyways.
Yeah, but if you bought a tractor and a new piece, and you know, is it worth it for the extra maybe $1,500? Probably not. But I mean, a lot of that too depends on what economy settings you're running. If you're running on a hard economy for a bigger challenge, then yeah, I mean, every dollar counts at that point. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the biggest reason why I run the enhanced loan system too. Like, I won't play without that mod because of the fact that... Wait, did I? Oh yeah, this is the field I need to do right here. Without running that mod, anytime you take a loan, you're just paying for the interest on the loan each month. It never actually takes any of the total value off of that loan. So, you'll end up spending interest on a loan for months and months and months in game until you get it paid off, but it never actually comes off the overall price of the loan.
So in essence, the developers are
Well, yeah. So I mean, say you take out a $500,000 loan.
only loan.
Well, what I'm getting at is, say you take out a $500,000 loan, you're gonna pay, throwing a number out there, $6,000 in interest every single month, without that loan ever reducing in its total $500,000, unless you specifically pay it off. So it's just you're getting charged every month without ever taking any principal off the loan. Take that 500,000 and maybe you never pay it back and you keep that 500,000 out for 10 years. You've spent $6,000. It's probably more than that. I'm just throwing a number out there. $6,000 a month, so that's 72,000 a year for 10 years without ever paying any of that 500,000 off. You know what I mean? At least with the enhanced loan system, every month while I'm making payments, it's paying an interest and a principal on that loan. So it's slowly paying it down. Like this $2 million loan I took out 9 months ago, I've already paid back almost $300,000 on that loan. I've paid interest, sure, but I've also paid down the principal sum. It's
The
30s.
way a loan should.
Well, yeah, exactly. It works the way a loan should work, or does work. You pay interest and principal every month. So my payment is larger, but the other nice thing too is I can take out a loan, I can type in an amount rather than have to take out $5,000 or pay back $5,000 at a whack, which is the stupidest thing base game. I don't know why they've never changed that value. Because $5,000 is just such a small fucking number. But I can manually type in the amount, and then I can say, okay, I'm going to take out, this is a short-term loan for 12 months. Or maybe I want to take out a longer-term loan of 10 years and pay it back over time. But, like base game, I think 500,000 is the maximum you can take out for a loan, regardless of how much land, equipment, product, money you have. 500,000 is the most you can take out. With the enhanced loan system, they take a look at what you have for equipment, what you have for crops, what you have for pallets of goods and stuff like that, money in the bank. All of that factors in to a maximum amount of loan you can have. And then
It's again the way it should be.
Yeah, because it's taking into account your equity and your value, and factoring in, okay, I own all of this stuff, so it's going to let me take up to 4 million in loans or 5 million in loans as you buy land and stuff like that, which is exactly how it should work. So yeah, it's a must-have mod in my opinion. Like right now, if I wanted to, I could take up to 2 million in additional loans. 1.97, call it 2. And the other cool thing too is it'll keep track of like loans that you've paid off and stuff, so you can kind of look back at your finance history to see how many loans you've taken out, um, how how you've paid them back and stuff like that. It's another neat function. I wish the finance page um, actually included more than just 5 months worth of finances, so you could see like year over year on your farm. But what can you do? Oh, Reyes,
Mm.
the other day, I know you had tried out Surviving Mars on Epic or whatever it was. What did you think of it?
I didn't really get a chance to play much more than the tutorial, but it was fun. I was enjoying it.
The reason I bring up Surviving Mars, I want to say Keymailer. Let me double check. Keymailer. Um, I caught on to something coming up. Come on, stupid Keymailer, sign in. Oh, it'd help if you hit the login button and not the sign up button, dumbass. Um, what did I just see about? Oh, deconstruction simulator. Um, let's see. Yes. Okay, it's now available. It's going to be coming soon. Surviving Mars relaunched. It's going to have all of the previous DLC with upgraded visuals and stuff like that, and a bunch of reworks. They're relaunching the game. So if you head over to Keymailer and put your request in, maybe you end up with a chance at getting it. But they're supposed to be, like I said, redoing all of the visuals, plus offering all of the previous DLCs in the game. And the nice thing that they're doing too is if you previously owned the game, um, like Steam and stuff like that, is offering a 50% discount on you getting the reworked version.
Hmm.
Whether you had all of the previous DLCs or not, they're still offering that discount. So if you'd purchased the game prior, um, surviving, um, they're at least offering that discount instead of charging you full price for a game that um, had already been previously released that you might have already had. Surviving Mars, Rusty Nail. It's a Martian city builder. You can,
I mean, I'll put in for it.
well,
I don't know that my numbers are going to be good enough for it, but we'll see.
well, that's why I figured I'd bring it up. You know, there's no harm in putting in
Sure.
for it.
Yeah.
I have the epic version and some of the DLCs, but not any of the recent ones. And I was watching
Well, that was kind of the reason I was not completely turned off, but like a little bit turned off, as I only had like the base game, and I know there's a bunch of DLCs, and I just don't have the money for the DLCs. So
yeah, well, I'm in the same boat. I don't have it either. But when I saw that, I caught a YouTube video of upcoming games or something like that, and that was in amongst the games on the list. I was like, oh, they're relaunching it. Well, that's cool. You know, new visuals, stuff like that, some new mechanics, and so on. What the heck? Why not? Right? I don't know if Surviving Mars was multiplayer or not, Little Demon. I think it's single player only. Oh, are you muted on your stream? Don B says you're muted.
oh shit, I am. Thank you, Don B.
Good looking out, Don.
Yeah, thank you very much for saying something. I've been live for a fucking hour. Oh,
Rip.
God damn it. Well, sorry everybody. I didn't realize I was muted. Thank you to Don B for saying something.
Pro streamer tip.
Yeah. I had popped up your stream in front of OBS and totally forgot about OBS when I went, live.
Yeah, you never ended your stream yesterday either.
I know.
Farrah got you though.
Yep.
And the only reason I even noticed was I think at one point Farrah moved the mouse or something, or maybe the cat did or whatever, and I saw it twitch on the stream because you'd raid it out, and I hit the back button to put your thing back there as a for my lurking.
Yeah.
And happened to while we were chatting, I saw something move on the screen, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? What the hell? And it sure is, Papu. And was like, oh, I don't think Reyes ended his stream. And she looks over and she goes, nope, he sure didn't.
Oh, I did not.
I mean, we were just sitting here hanging out in Discord basically anyway, because she wasn't feeling great. And I was just doom scrolling YouTube till my headache went away. How you doing, Papu? Yep. Reyes is well known for forgetting to end his stream.
Yep.
Either he's in a rush to get out the door to go to back to work or go to work, or he's falling asleep at the fucking keyboard and just, all right, I'm gonna raid out, and then forgets to hit the fucking button.
Yep. You're not wrong, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Oh, you were playing some Factorial the other day? Ooh. Oi. I slept like shit last night. Absolute crap.
Once I finally fell asleep, I've slept really good, but I just tossed and turned in bed for a while.
I ended up I ended up falling asleep early because I couldn't stay awake, and woke up this morning at 4:30 and feels like I only got 2 hours of sleep, even though I went to bed at like 8. Stuck in yeah. Never fun, Papu. Cultivating we will go, cultivating we will go. Yeah, for now. As it goes. Oh, this is what I wanted to look at. Sell. Animals are all good. We'll have to move some eggs around and stuff like that, but nice cameo. Yep. There's a version of this song that I wish um, the band would put up on Spotify, because I think they do an amazing job of it, but they never did. It's Blacktop Mojo. They did a version of this song, uh, more of a like an acapella type deal, because there's not a lot of background to it other than like some drums, but they're literally in an old factory with this huge, like, really tall part of the factory above them that's like 50 feet tall, 60 feet tall. And he's just singing, and the drum part hits, and it's like that freaking is really cool. But alas, they've never done a Spotify version of their cover of this song. I actually came across a cover of another song yesterday. Um, it was done as a tribute to Ozzy after he passed. It's a cover of his "Mama, I'm Coming Home" song, and honestly, the lady that did it, the way she did the vocals and stuff for it was freaking phenomenal.
Huh.
Um,
That's cool.
yeah, her she goes by the tag Ayla Chan. Um, it's it's really well done. Um, she's got a music video to it, which of course if I play it's gonna cause issues, but um, I can play it here on Spotify.
That should be all the filling in.
It's all done like animated and stuff like that. but she did a really good job. Pay attention. Yeah, she actually has done quite a few covers. Um, she gives it more of a vocal feel, but I think I put 6 or 7 of them onto my playlist yesterday when I started listening to them. All right, we got our borders done. Now we just go back and forth. Start south end of the field and work our way north.
Okay, so we've got
Persistent rat.
water going that way. And then... Oh, shoot.
Hmm. Hmm. Update to that. Have to get. Just looking at what mods came out today. Mostly a bunch of updates. It's a big field. 65.5 acres. That'll do it. You can actually see from the satellite that in real life, this field comes over here, comes down this way, and it's got a pivot in it. A big, you know, watering pivot. Field 61 up here is another one that's the same way. If I... Oh. You can see it when I do this, but you can see right there.
Oh, yeah.
That section of the field has a pivot.
Mm-hmm. That's actually kind of cool that that's incorporated.
Well, because what they did was they took a screenshot of an actual place, Judith Plains, Montana, and they used that screenshot as the background. So you can see where fields are, and of course, this was a field in real life, but they, of course, same here was a field. They don't have it 100% accurate to what real life is, but they've got some of it done that way, which I think is kind of cool.
Well, because they made it their own, and they made it, realistic to the game versus life.
Yeah, they didn't go 100% to real life, which that can be a huge challenge to try and get it super accurate to real life. And then at the same time, like, all right, I'm going to take this area, this real place, and make a farm sim map out of it. Well, is there an actual animal dealer or an actual, like, tractor dealership in that area? Probably not.
No, but it might have fit there really well based on the size of the facility for the game. Exactly.
Well, what I'm getting at is, if you're doing a real life area, there may not be a tractor dealership in that real life section of map.
Yeah, exactly.
So now you have to put one in somewhere that fits. So it's like that's one of the downfalls of trying to make a realistic map.
100% agree.
So, like, I'm okay with them shortcutting it in some ways. Another thing they did was
using creative liberty.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's definitely a better way of putting it. But taking some creative liberty to it versus trying to be 100% authentic.
Yeah. For sure. 100% agree.
Oh, god damn it. I accidentally hit the Bluetooth button on my headset.
There, that's looking better now. We're actually cooling this water tank down significantly.
Cooling your face down.
Maybe.
Does it say, is Field 103 even still frickin' doing his thing or what? Because it feels like he hasn't done squat for weeding there. Ah, yeah, it's not actually counting it. Get wrecked. it shows him going over it. You know, he's been over this big inner chunk, but it's not actually counting it. I'll leave the worker running on that field until the worker finishes, and then I'll probably have to cancel it and pay myself the money.
Oh. Conductive wire, copper.
It's weird. It's kind of counting the weeding, but not really counting the weeding. That's just weird. That's only the second time I've had an issue with a contract on this map. So, I guess, I mean, not that bad, really, I guess. The only other one I had an issue with was I took a contract on a field for spraying, and it still had a ton of weeds in the field, even though the rest of the crop had withered. And because the crop had withered, it wouldn't account for the weeding that I was actually doing. So basically what I ended up having to do was I used the easy dev commands to put a different crop in the field with weeds, sprayed the weeds out, which allowed the contract to complete, and then paid my, obviously completed the contract that way. Ugh. I had a chance to look at the weather today. It was supposed to rain today, but I think the rain moved out, and
It rained all morning, like pouring rain today. And it was 97 degrees yesterday. And it's supposed to rain again here in a couple hours.
It rained overnight. Tomorrow's supposed to be isolated thunderstorms and showers, which is good because, my well still hasn't recovered.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she said.
So, yesterday was the first little bit of rain we've had in like a month.
Damn.
Yeah, it typically gets dry in the fall around here. Late summer to early fall. Now we're starting to get a little more precipitation again, so it'll help, but we're gonna need quite a few more days of rain before I'm considering my well recovered. That, or we're gonna need one day of like steady, we'll need a couple days of steady, consistent rain to really
Recover.
Yeah. What's going on there, John Zeger? I should probably go check on it. it at least recovers enough that like we can flush the toilet, wash our hands, brush our teeth type shit, but
Yeah. Well, that's good at least.
a lot of the rest of it unfortunately is you know, taking the laundry to the families type of deal. I'm curious about something. Hmm. Whoop, pay attention. Looking at Google Maps on my other monitor at the moment. Uh, there it is down there. There you go. Judith Plains, Montana. It's basically built around Hobson, Montana. Because there's the satellite image they used.
Yep.
Because right here is technically where I'm working right now. And this would be that big field 61 that's up over here.
Yep.
And I know, like, they call this the Hobson Strip Mall down here, so this is Hobson down here. So there you go. There's Hobson. And this right here is the farm that I'm operating. The one that they call Copper Creek. This is where my farmyard is that I run out of. So there's the actual moccasin there. There's that where the train comes through. When you look
Alright,
up
there we
here, they
go.
call this Moccasin Strip Mall. Excuse me. Yeah, see, here's another field that in real life they have a pivot in. But yeah, pivot there. There's a pivot there. They had a bunch of them. And you can tell they used an actual dem height map because the it shows a waterway coming through here, which you can see um, here. If I were to, you can see there's a like a waterway that runs through here, a creek, stream. You can see it on the map. And the actual height map of the field shows a dip where that goes through. Then it would come over here, and then it would duck underneath, and the streams down and around and through and wherever else. Blah blah blah. So he's fairly accurate with the height maps and stuff like that, which can be a chore in and of itself. I know that much. That can be a royal pain in the ass to import from, depending on what type of height map data you have for the area. Been there, done that. When I was doing a map for FS22, I went through that shit.
Wait,
Wait,
you have allergies? What? No, you don't.
yes I do. Seasonal, cats, icy hot.
No, I've checked every dupe and they've not had allergies.
Your face is a dupe. Whoa. Getting violent. violent. Ugh. I'm gonna get ready to go make myself some lunch. I think I can. How's 103 working? Yeah, he's on his last pass around the field now, so he's almost done. Then I'm gonna have to figure out if I can. All right, there, Bambi, get out of the field. GG, Giants. That's what I thought. Do you look at the yellow markers? There and there. They say this thing's going 4 inches deeper in the center than it is on the wings. Normally, you would never set it that way. It would be equal across the unit.
Mm-hmm.
But if I stop and raise it, it's raised up out of the ground, but then like it only goes down to a certain depth on the wings.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm sure it's one of those things that they, I mean, clearly they put it in as a movable thing within the model. Sure, it was probably just an oversight. But, I mean, normally when you're cultivating or plowing or anything like that, you pick a depth and you keep it the same depth across the implement. You're not going to randomly till one section of the field significantly deeper than the rest. If anything, if anything, you would likely have that set opposite so you can try and get the wings, which may not have as much down pressure and or weight on them, to be the same depth as the rest of the unit. You know, you want it a consistent depth across the unit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, you know, it's like, why would you go just the little section behind the tractor significantly deeper than the rest of it? The whole idea is to break up compaction, till in material, stuff like that. So you're not going to randomly go that different between the sections.
Yes, Sir Borksalon. What do you want?
Bark, 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 bark. Now I hear him. Bark, 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 bark.
What? We gotta go potty again? God. We gotta go?
Nope, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go in here. It's 112,451. 112,451. 112,451. Go. That's better. Little Billy is stuck in the well. Right? I thought it was little Timmy. Well, no, I'm just trying to remember back to Lassie. And one of the few times I might have actually caught you know, the show.
I know it's speaking dog barks.
Ah, see? It was Lassie that fell into the well, not Timmy. But the phrase Timmy fell in the well, so it was little Timmy. I don't know why my brain remembered that shit, but once in a while. Will it store useful information? Fuck no. Will it store completely random, absolutely useless information? Yes.
Of course.
Will it remember what I did this morning? Nope. I am a goldfish. %. Putting some pretty good progress on this field, though.
Yep.
Cultivate 9 miles an hour. I don't think I have any better cultivators. Oh, I mean, I've got that, but I don't have any 500 horsepower, so. Given how much, given what I've got for tractors, this is the best option. $14.3 meters. I love how they have the Flexicoil at 500. Granted, it's a mod, and this one here is at 18 and takes 630. Tell somebody lowered that for the purpose of the mod. That's crazy. Because I have the enhanced vehicle mod on here, I can tell you I've driven this tractor apparently 273.84 miles. That's a lot of back and forth in the tractor. I mean, granted, I do have 27 hours runtime on this tractor, so it's it's done some work. Actually, this one here has the highest work hours of any of my vehicles. I love how both of these are 8Rs. They're both the same age, but one is $50,000 cheaper than the other.
It's crazy. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. And this one has more hours on it than the other one does. The only thing I can think of is when I bought this tractor versus the other one. I had different different options selected.
Doc, don't do that.
I think it's because the other one probably started as the when I bought it, it was the standard engine horsepower, and then I later upgraded it to the 410 model. And the one I'm in now, I think, started at the 410. Because when you purchase a vehicle, the I should say the value it shows is based off of the purchase price of the vehicle. If you add like options to it later, it doesn't necessarily affect that value.
Sharp Tile, thank you for the raid. I was satisfactory, man. How did the hydrogen problem go? Which hydrogen problem, Sharp Tile? I'll be honest, I'm not sure. I don't remember. Alright, so we got that there, and then...
Got quite a few more back and forths to do.
Drake!
Drake, get off of Mama, shithead. He's decided he needs attention, so he climbed on her chest while she's working. Why are you being a turd?
Pay attention to me, Mom! Pay attention to me, Mom! Pay attention to me, Mom!
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, if she didn't have a shelf, he probably wouldn't be able to climb on her so easily, but...
Oh, yeah. I know that feeling. I've watched the cat do that to Farrah, too.
If I fits, I sits.
Yep.
That's just how it be. Oh, do 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 do. We're starting to get into the narrower part of the field. Not by much, but a little bit narrower. $72% done.
Just relax, Winston.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Maria Brink. She got a good voice.
Uh-oh.
Mad Matt coming in with a raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream there, Mad Matt? What were you up to today in SnowRunner? Welcome in, Raiders. Back and forth. 76% done the field. Some good progress. Yeah, this will be 49. So yeah, we'll be averaging a little less than 5 per month, which is what my limit was. Excuse me.
I'm working.
Drake being a pain in the ass still. Oh. Oh, is it your mother?
And she's texting me about freaking crap she's trying to buy a Corvette.
Yeah. She texted me too, and I'm like, not that my phone made a fucking noise.
That'd be way too much. I'll tell you that right now.
What?
She's buying him two must-have zip-up hoodies
Hmm.
at fucking $90 a fucking pop.
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous. I wouldn't be buying that college fucking shit. Just because he's in college, I don't give a shit. You can get a fucking regular zip-up hoodie at the store for...
Walmart for cheaper.
Yeah, go to Walmart and buy a fucking $25 zip-up hoodie.
If that. Usually they're what? 15? I paid like 10 for one.
Yeah, my mother-in-law is buying my son a couple of zip-up hoodies from the college store. Fucking $90 a piece. Because they have the fucking college logo on them. It's a fucking community college. It's a fucking community college.
They can
$90
lick
fucking
my
dollars.
balls.
Yeah, exactly. Only way I'd pay $90 for a zip-up hoodie is if it came with a fucking, month's supply of hand jobs or something. Like, fucking ridiculous.
Fuck that. I want a blowjob rig. I ain't doing it. Fuck that.
Well, hence why I said a
I can
month's
give
month's
myself
supply.
a handy for free. Fuck.
But well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like $90 for a zip-up hoodie is ridiculous, and it's probably shit quality hoodie that's gonna
Oh,
fucking.
of course it is. 'Cause you're buying it at a fucking. They're always shit quality because that's the only way that they can make money off of it.
Yeah, so you throw tax in, it's gonna be $200 for two fucking zip-up hoodies. You could go buy like 20 of them at fucking Walmart for the same price.
And you could get multiple sizes so that he can grow into them too.
Well, he's 19. He's not gonna grow much more.
Obviously, but yeah, you get what I mean.
Oh.
Hey, you don't stop growing when you get older.
Well, that
You just grow in different directions.
Exactly. I'm a growing boy.
I stopped growing up when I turned.
I'm growing outward.
Exactly.
Full comment.
I stopped growing up when I was like 16.
I mean, you can get yourself
growing out.
Like in his case, a large is more than big enough. But get a large and then an extra large for if you wanted to wear it a little bit later into the winter, so you could layer up.
Yep,
you could put it over like thermals and shit like that.
Exactly.
I used to do the same thing, but still, like $90 is ridiculous.
I can't even. That's just fucking insane.
I mean, she was gonna help pitch in to help get him some of the tools and stuff he needs for his classes. Fine,
sure.
Pitch in there. Go to Walmart and get him a couple of hoodies if that's what he, Pay $90 for a fucking college hoodie. Thank you, Dead Soul, for the hydrate.
The part that really irked me is people that do that and then complain about it.
Yeah.
Just say fucking no. I'm not paying that for that. That is an option. Vote with your pocketbook. If nobody buys it and they never sell them, then guess what? They'll either reduce the price or stop fucking selling them.
Yeah, I mean, it is her first. Well, it is her first grandkid to go to college, too. So, well, I mean, yeah, Kendra, I guess, is a little bit older than him.
Kendra. went to Orono. I graduated this last June.
Well, then what did she only do, a year?
She got an associate's in
Oh, well, yeah, and she only did like a 1-year program. I didn't think Abby was that much.
Only like a year younger than Kendra.
Yeah, but I didn't think they were that much older than Corbin.
Kendra turns like 24. Just hit 20. She was 2001.
Well, whatever the case.
Mackenzie's due with twins.
Oh, I'm sure some of it is, like you said, Wade, merchandising for the school to help with programs and stuff like that. But still, it's a community college. You're paying enough money for tuition and other shit that, like, I could understand if it's a high school and it's the extra funds are going for sports programs and shit. But it's a paid community college. It's not like it's a free school or anything like that.
Exactly. Like, okay, here's a perfect example. When I was on junior varsity and varsity in high school, you could buy a matching warm-up suit because we would go and run outside and
Mm-hmm.
you know, it was significantly colder outside than it was inside, especially right before a game in the evening.
Yeah.
So you could buy a matching warm-up suit, but the place that our athletic director went to, 25% of the amount that you paid to that went back directly to the school. So yeah, it was a little bit more expensive, but 25% of that money was coming back to the school directly to the department that it was,
Yeah.
you know, you were part for volleyball or basketball or whatever. And in that case, I can understand. Because
Yeah.
you're not only getting something that's beneficial to you, but you're also supporting your school and more than likely a local business. So sure, I can totally understand that. But at
Yeah.
the school fucking
Yeah, in this case,
merchandise store?
it's not like
Yeah.
it's not like they have sports teams that need extra funding like that. You know, I mean, it's a community college. It's literally Central Maine Community College. And while they do have some sports teams, it's not like you're buying it for that purpose.
Exactly. I was just giving an example that, you know,
But yeah,
may
like
or may not coincide with what Wade was saying, but yes, I agree with you.
well, and I mean, she's done the same thing with like back when he was in high school. Of course, my youngest in middle school and stuff, she's bought them school merch. But again,
Uh-huh.
it's helping support the school. Whereas
Mhm.
this is, I'm sure it's a $20 hoodie that they throw a logo on, and the rest of it goes back to the school. But you're already paying enough for the fucking classes and shit. That like, why?
Mm-hmm. You're preaching to the choir, man. Fucking.
Like I don't even know the actual pricing of his school, but I'm sure it's high enough that it's like, because he's getting student loans or whatever to cover some of that. But
Well, I'll tell you right now, as a 40-year-old person who just tried to go back to college less than 3 years ago, I was going full time in 2020, and my tuition at a junior college, like a community college local, was like 2.5, 3. No, it was like 4.5, $5 grand for a semester.
Yeah, I don't know. For the
Well,
program he's
luckily I had the
in, what?
GI Bill, so I didn't pay a dime of it. But still,
Yeah, I don't know what the actual amounts are that he's paying per class. I
and
know
that may
he's
be
got,
different by state or per state, but that's what I was
well,
paying.
yeah, I mean, each college is different. We have
God, I was
multiple,
just like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
I mean, we have multiple colleges in Auburn, Lewiston, and there's a vast difference in price between them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he is currently on a wait list for student housing because he does want to live on campus. Um, just he didn't sign up early enough to get on for this semester, but probably next semester he's going to be on campus housing, which will change the price as well. I don't understand why he'd want to live on campus, but I guess he'll figure out that it's not the greatest idea come next when he's on there and he's having to pay for it. Well, part of the reason he wants to be on there right now is because he still doesn't have his actual license. He's got his permit,
That one I can understand.
and I mean, I've been driving him back and forth. His grandmother's been helping, or grandmothers is both my mother-in-law and my mother have been helping um, here and there to get him back and forth to school. But I want to say it was like $1,000 or something a month to be on campus. Even the gas for driving back and forth is not near that. So, like, that's a lot of extra money to spend to be on campus. I think the only reason he really wants to do it is because then he'd be out of our house. Which, is neither here nor there. As it is, he already helps, he already buys some of his own snacks, drinks, things like that. He spends some money on his own groceries, but not near what he would be spending on groceries if he was living on campus.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he realizes how expensive shit's going to get because he hasn't been working like normally over the summer and stuff like that. He'd had a job working for my wife's friend's father at a local business. He hasn't been doing that since he started school. So, I mean, I don't think he realizes how quickly he's going to go through money.
Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of young people understand that. How
Man,
quickly your paychecks go.
Yep, I guess he'll figure it out. The thing is, like, he's what is it? I think next week he's gonna be able to send out to go for his license again. Hopefully he'll pass this time. But yeah, like when he does get his license, he's going to have to start pitching in for insurance because that's going to be a huge extra chunk of money. Then
Insurance when you're under 25? Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to be 20 in a couple months. So that's going to be pretty high.
He's not even 21. It's going to be sky high.
Yeah, and then then on top of that, he still needs to get a car. Because the car he has right now won't pass inspection. It needs too much work. It needs a couple $1,000s worth of work to try and make it pass inspection, and given the age of the car, it's not worth it because it's just going to need a lot more again next year and the year after. It's I mean it's like a 2005 Honda Civic. It's just not worth putting the money in to keep it taking inspection sticker.
Mhm.
And, you know, so he needs to get a license and then a job so that he can get a car. But like he doesn't have it in his head the work ethic to have a job and have it scheduled, you know, even if it's a part-time job scheduled around his classes, to be able to earn a paycheck to cover you know, car insurance, gas, keeping up with your car, a payment for your car. And then if he's living on campus, again, he's going to need food, things like that. He does not. It hasn't clicked in his head, and I don't think it's gonna.
It probably won't until he's in it and he's like, "Oh shit, this sucks."
Howdy.
What's up, Josh? All right, we have completed the contract, even though there's still some left on the field. So we're gonna get to the end of this and.
It's their tax bill.
Oh, tax bill for town. What are they claiming? Holy shit! When the fuck did our taxes go up that much? Holy Christ!
There are houses out right now with more land than ours that have a cheaper tax bill.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, our tax bill went up a lot. That's like $800 or $900 more than last year.
Oh,
that ain't right.
Holy
Most mine has
crap.
never gone up. Per year is like $120.
Well, it's
And that
current. It's right now. It's double what it was when we bought this house. When we bought this house, it was,
Holy shit! Fuck that.
when we bought we bought the house 14 years ago, and it was 1,200, something like that when we bought the house. Now it's 2,700, and the biggest part of the tax bill right now is they have our house assessed fucking $100 and something thousand more than it actually is value wise.
Don't you just love that?
Well, it's got 43 acres, and that was 3,400.
cleaned up your property too much.
No, our property's actually gotten worse. I haven't cleaned up the property, and the house has gone
Our
down in
neighbors.
value.
Your neighbors have cleaned up their property too much.
No, actually, none of our neighbors have really made any huge improvements to their properties. One of the big issues was, a couple of years back. I want to say it was 2 or 3 years ago now. The town got it in their head that they were going to go around and reevaluate the property values of all the frickin' properties in town. So they had an assessor go around and reassess all the properties. And because of home pricing going ridiculous, they claimed my house was valued way above what it
Yeah, I'd go
actually is
down to
valued
the
at.
fucking. I'd go down to the assessor's office or the tax
Well,
place and be like, "This
No,
is not right."
they did that across the whole fucking town. Everyone's property values took a huge jump up. So what the town did was they actually went and reevaluated their mill rate for the town and lowered that to keep the property taxes roughly where they were. So, I mean, my town is like every 15 years they'll reassess property values. every 10 or 15 years. We bought in between that assessment period. And because market values changed significantly during that assessment period, when they reassessed, the property value went way up. But again, to try and stop it from jacking everybody's tax rates through the roof, they lowered the mill rate to kind of keep taxes about where they had been. But obviously they raised the mill rate again between last year and this year, because my tax rate bill just went up quite a bit. It's bullshit. Yeah, that's why the fucking... Because idiots voting for fucking bonds screwing us. The town that I live in has is indebted to the state and federal government because of bonds that we voted for, to the tune of $15 million. In a town of fucking 2,000 people. Do the math on that. That's fucking ridiculous. So because we have to pay the fucking... that bond back, they have to charge taxes to be able to get the fucking bond paid back. Dumb. Dumb to dumb dumb dumb. And your dad talking about how taxes worked and that. New Hampshire is a weird one because there's no income or it's... I don't know if they've got income tax or not. New Hampshire's weird. There's no sales tax in New Hampshire. Like, state of Maine, there's a sales tax. Everything you buy is taxed. That money goes to the state. In New Hampshire, in order to make up for the fact that there's no sales tax, property taxes are much higher. Because there is no sales tax in New Hampshire. It's actually one of the things, like, people here in Maine will go to New Hampshire to buy, like, cars, alcohol, cigarettes, shit like that, because there's no sales tax. So what Maine's done is actually put a use tax on. In the case of you buying a car in the state of New Hampshire, you end up paying fucking sales tax in Maine for it. What it boils down to. But
they're gonna screw you any way they possibly can, so
yeah,
you're never gonna circumvent it inevitably.
Yeah. You end up paying the tax bill in the state of Maine, which caused a lot of people to stop going to New Hampshire for vehicles and shit, because you're paying the taxes for one way or another. But a lot of people will still go buy cigarettes, alcohol, stuff like that, because you can literally go on multiple highways going into New Hampshire. There's suddenly a state liquor and cigarette place right at the border going into the state, so you end up you can just stop in, buy it all, and then come back. And if you go down and buy a couple of cartons of cigarettes to last you a couple weeks or whatever, you can save a lot of money on the sales tax.
Sure.
Not that I smoke, but I know a lot of people that will do that. You know what? What we're gonna do, let me drop this here for a minute. Pennsylvania added a gaming tax, yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna park this back in here. Yeah, you're so. I mean, the difference between like Maine and New Hampshire, though, is like New Hampshire, there's no sales tax. State of Maine, I want to say our sales tax, the last I checked, was like 7 or 8%. You're talking a $70,000 car. That's a big difference.
That.
But the use tax typically will still come out a little bit less. So, people will still do it. There. That's put away. Alright, we gotta get the telehandler. I gotta go move some egg pallets. Sales tax in Pennsylvania, 6%. I don't know what it is here right now. Sales tax, state of Maine, 5.5%. Unless it's food and drinks. Prepared food and drinks is 8%. Adult use cannabis, 10%. Then there's odds and ends. There it changes a little bit, but standard sales tax is 5.5%. As long as that Google search was accurate, which probably wasn't. Oh. Do. Alright, got these. Use tax thing is one of the reasons that Amazon has some type of facility in every state in America. Actually, charged by billing address. Yeah. Grab this. Bloop. Ooh, excuse me. Alright. Wrong spot. county is thinking about making their own tax to get away from asking the state and Fed for money. Yeah. And obviously, as I was just saying, one of the big reasons why my tax bill clearly went up was because the last few years there's been a lot of bond issues that people have been voting for that are, you know, raising the tax burden.
Oh, that can't go there.
Alright, let's go deliver the milk. What it is, I want to make all fire and EMS paid by 2030. Yeah, see, my town has paid EMS and fire, but they also have some volunteer, I believe. I don't know if we're fully paid for our fire and EMS. We also have our own police department. Not that it's a huge police department, but we do have our own police department that gets supplemented by the sheriffs and state police in certain aspects. I mean, I know we have some fairly decent sized businesses that help contribute to our taxes too, but clearly more bond measures have passed than we should be voting on. But everybody just goes, oh, you know, hey, look, the government's going to kick in this and then we can get, you know, X. Well, yeah, but we're still responsible for Y.
Free money, not free money.
Money is never free. It has to come from somewhere.
Yep. Now, I mean, granted, most bond measures are, you know, it's 50% paid by this, and then the rest is paid by us. And for certain measures, okay, yeah, it makes full-on sense to have some kicked in by the state or the Fed, whatever. But it's not like we've got a lot going on in my town.
They want it to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. paid. So the people on the shittier shift are volunteer? That fucking blows.
What would end up happening is you'd be volunteer for the overnights, but, like, especially in my case, nobody's at the fire department for the volunteer section, you know? They might have
Here.
one person,
Oh,
you know, one person
see what
might be
you're saying.
paid to be there, but then the rest would be, oh, there's an emergency, and then the volunteers have to drive there, show up, do their thing type of deal. I think we've gone away from that to the point where our stuff's all paid, but I honestly don't know for sure. Of course, that's only town-wide, too. That wouldn't be necessarily county-wide. Well, yeah, there's not a whole lot of incentive to be on a volunteer fire department for a lot of people. They just the especially with today's, youth. Fortunately, like most things, do as little as possible for as much money as possible, and it better have benefits and this, that, and the other thing. Alright, on our return trip here, let's stop in and double check to make sure this is full and all set. Yep, water level's appropriate. Good to go. Yeah, I mean, that's another side of that, too, is a lot of times businesses would be understanding, hey, I'm on the volunteer fire department, I work here as a second job, so pager goes off, I gotta go. But nowadays, a lot of businesses are like, no, you're here or not. So
yep.
that's another
Not
side of that, too.
because they don't give a fuck about the volunteer to fire department or whatever.
Exactly.
It's all about their business.
Mm-hmm. Especially nowadays, too, where minimum wages have gotten to a ridiculous degree in some instances, given the work you're doing. So they're not gonna let you off to go do volunteer fire, whatever.
Well, here's the problem with that, though, little demon. They can't say no, but they can find other reasons to fire you.
Or choose not to hire you.
Or choose not to hire you. Yeah.
Oh, you're a volunteer fire?
And-
Well, I'm sorry, we're gonna go with a different candidate.
Yeah, this person's more qualified than you.
Yeah.
You don't know that other person.
Well,
There may not even be another person, but they just choose not to. It might be illegal, but how are you going to prove it?
exactly. It's illegal to discriminate against you, sure. But how can you prove that they discriminated against you because you're volunteer fire?
You have to be able to prove it in a court of law.
And all they have
And
to do is say
your
that
word
so and
against theirs
so
isn't
was
gonna fly.
yeah, so and so was more qualified than you were. But that qualification could be that they weren't on the volunteer fire department. But if they hired somebody else and they said they were more qualified, all proving it. All right, showing the other applicants, but again, proving that they were more qualified and you were discriminated against because of that in the court of law, it's a he said, she said, and if they've got a better lawyer, you're screwed.
Yep.
That's all it boils down to. Proving it in a court of law is extremely difficult. Because remember, you're guilty until proven innocent nowadays.
I'm proof of that.
I mean, a company I used to work for literally went to court because of some workman's comp claims. The company fought the workman's comp claims and won, even though they shouldn't have. Because the company was willing to throw money at lawyers that the other people couldn't afford.
Yep.
So, well, I mean, again, it's what you can prove in a court of law and who's got the better lawyer. States differ, yes, but like I said, state workman's comp, the company was liable and was able to get out of it because they had a better lawyer. And it was like, I want to say it was like 4 or 5 different people were trying to claim workman's comp for repetitive stress injuries against this company. And the company was able to win all of them and not pay out, even though they were 100% at fault. Because the people couldn't 100% prove to the judge that the company was responsible for the repetitive stress. Even though it was carpal tunnel from rolling cylinders where you're constantly doing this with your wrists while balancing cylinders that weigh hundreds of pounds. I mean, clearly going to cause carpal tunnel. And the company won, like, it was like 5 or 6 cases of workman's comp for carpal tunnel. One of the many times that company got away scot-free for doing shady ass shit.
Yep.
Well, I mean, they fucked me out of 300 grand when I left. all because they didn't follow the federal employee stock ownership guidelines. And at the time, I couldn't afford a lawyer to fight it. So it was whatever. Just fucking. I was at the point where it was just rather be done with them than deal with them. Alright. Nothing going on the second half of that month. We're into July. Alright, month of July. I think we're going to have some... We'll let this update. I think we're going to have to cut 46, 47 again. Let's go grab some food for the chickens quick. While we wait for fields to update, and we will check in on harvests and such. I wonder if we'll be able to get the harvest on 61. That would be kind of nice. Yep, right there.
No, shipping, conveyor rails.
Fuck yeah, we're gonna take that. Accept the contract on 110. Ode on 122. Where are you at? You're way up there in the corner.
No, actually, we're gonna drop this right there. Cancel. Build. And then
Fertilizing 103. We will accept that contract.
Gatorade. H2O.
What else we got? What else we got?
shipping, conveyor rails. There.
Plowing on field 8. We'll accept that contract. All right. We got a few things to do now. Gonna take care of the chickens, and I'm probably gonna right over to Mr. Reyes and hop up PC. My back is starting to tell me it's time. Yeah, harvesting field 61. That'll be fun. harvesting field 61. Full of oat. We're gonna throw the old, Macdon in there and have a fun time with that. How much does it want us to deliver? 507,800 liters of oat to deliver. That'll take a minute.
No, not dirt. I want the Draco egg. There we go.
We might get a different auger wagon, too. I'll save that crop chaser for the ones that need it, but we'll probably pick up an actual grain auger wagon. Alright, hold on a second. I need to plow 400.
Much better. All right, plumbing. Electricity.
Go cultivate 110. Alright. We're gonna leave this right here, I think.
There. There. And there.
Accept that contract, too. There you go. Those will
And
be our
then
five.
We're gonna go down to there.
5 contracts for the month right there.
To there. To there.
But that will all happen probably tomorrow. We're going to send everybody over to Mr. Reyes so I can go make some food, get off the PC for a bit. But I want to say big thanks to everybody for coming and hanging out. I do greatly appreciate it. Big thanks to Mad Matt for the raid earlier. Everybody that followed, came in, hung out. Much appreciated. Like I said, we'll go see hi to Mr. Reyes, and hopefully I'll catch you all tomorrow. Probably won't be until like midday that I get on, but hopefully I'll be up to it, and we'll see you then. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Darius.
Mm-hmm.